Hello, everyone. Welcome back. You are listening to English 3.1 live in Auckland, New Zealand, brought to you by Finn College. Okay, how's it going? So I hope you guys have a good Songkran holidays. Anyone did any interesting things? You guys splash water? Did you guys have fun? Anyone wants to share the story with me? All right, just hang on 1 second. I think we need more people to join us. So far, there are only 3. There used to be, I think, 17. Okay. All right. So while we are waiting for more of our friends to join, well, let me just give you guys a quick review of what we did the last time. Okay. So what did we do last time? A lot of gibberish. I just simply talk a lot, right? I think one of the first things we talked about last time was reasons why we study grammars and how we should learn to build a vocabulary. I mean, a method or a system that you guys should adopt when you guys are making notes of words. Okay, or we can call it a new vocabulary learning system. How about that? Okay, if you remember, I use a table, right? To I use a table to keep records of new phrases that you come across on a daily basis, maybe from news article or anything. Okay, and we split the table into 3 columns, where the first columns is for the Thai expression. So Thai expression is something that you can reuse all over again. Okay, and then we have my English expression. Okay, which again is just a bunch of words that are used together without some variables. So variables are like proper nouns or names, things that could be removed from the sentence, things that could be replaced by other nouns, kind of like X and Y, the variables. You get what I mean, okay? And the native expressions, right? Okay, and every time you learn some things new, you don't want to just know the meaning. You also want to know the collocations, right? So words that are used together, right? The natural combination of words. You also want to know the part of speech of the new phrases that you guys come across. Try to figure out, what is a noun, what's a verb, what's an adjective, what's an adverb. Okay, you can do some guesswork, and you can use your ChatGPT or Google to check if your guess is right. All right. Okay, and apart from that, we also talk about planning, right? How important is it to plan before you write? Okay, so if you guys remember, some of the benefits of planning is that it saves you from frustration, right? Okay, like you start writing, you are halfway through and then you got stuck. You don't know what to write, right? Your head goes blank. That means you head in the wrong direction. If you had known earlier, all right, where you guys should be heading, then you will not get stuck, right? Okay, so that's one thing. Other things, other benefits are, to leave out some of the irrelevant pieces of information, things that your readers probably don't need to know. And also, the third benefit is it gives you a way to organize your ideas and a ways to present those ideas to your audience. Right. Now, today, let us talk about audience. Okay, so you want to think of audience as maybe your girlfriends or your boyfriend, right? Okay, if you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend and you want to impress him or her, you can't be asking someone else about how you should impress, your boyfriend or girlfriend, right? You need to study him or her by yourself. You need to know what she likes, or you need to know what he likes. Okay, and people's preferences vary from one person to another. They're never the same, right? Everyone is unique, so you can't use a copy solutions. The same is true for your readers, but your reader is likely, is going to be easier than your boyfriend or girlfriend, right? Because for your boyfriend or girlfriend, you can't read a manual. There's no manual for someone who you're dating with, right? There's no manual. You can't have access to that. Okay, but for most of your exams tutors or for IELTS examiners, there is actually a manual. Okay, I'm talking about exam criteria, of course. All right, exam criteria. Right. Okay. So for example, if you want to impress an IELTS examiner, then you need to know what they're looking for, what they want to see from your piece of writing, right? So in a nutshell, IELTS examiner, they want to see an essay that is easy to understand, an essay that answer the questions, and an essay that shows some proficiency in the use of words and structures. Yeah, that's basically it. Okay, in a nutshell. All right. So getting to know your audience is very important. And most of the time, you just need to know the exam criteria if your audience happen to be examiner. Okay. But what else should you guys know about your audience? Right? Okay. Oh, this is for the general purposes. Okay, it doesn't have to be an essay, IELTS essay, SAT essay. All right, could be sometime be a dissertation, for example. Right. So first, you need to know who will read your essays and why they're reading it. Okay. Of course, if you're writing for an exam, you need to follow the exam criteria. Okay. And the most common criteria are going to be, four things. Number one, task achievement, whether you respond to the question. Number two, it's going to be how easy it is to understand. How will you organize your essay? Number three, it's going to be your use of vocabulary. Okay. And number four, it's going to be your grammatical structures. All right. These are very common. These four things are very, very common in various exams out there. Okay, be it SAT, essay, TOEFL, you name it. Right. Okay, but if you're writing an assignment, okay, most of the time when you write an assignment, it is based on the fact that your English is native like. Okay, for example, when I used to do my assignments, right, it is assumed that the language is at the native level already. So they won't be looking at my grammatical errors. They won't be looking at my lexical errors, but they will be looking at my argument, right? How well I, put together the principle, the theory, the laws, okay? And how I, use the theory to prove my claim, right? That was one time when I was writing a report about how to improve a PV system, a PV grid connector system. Okay, this might be a little bit over your head, all right, but I'll try to simplify. Okay, so PV system, first of all, you know solar roof, right? Yeah, we take it from there. So solar roof is just some solar panels that you install in your roof, so it can generate electricity for you. All right, it may not make up 100% of your electrical consumption in your house, but it's better than importing all your electricity from the grid, right? Or from การไฟฟ้านะครับ. The grid is the electrical authority of Thailand, right? Okay, so if you have PV, maybe during the day, and during the day it might generate enough electricity to power all your loads. Yeah, say that you only use what, I don't know, a laptop computer and an air conditioners. That's it, and maybe a refrigerator. Okay, and you live in a very open area. There's no shade from the trees. Okay, irritants very high. Then during the day, starting from perhaps 11 till, I don't know, 6 hours, say 4 or 5, right? Yeah, you will generate enough electricity. But when the night falls, there's no electricity. So you need to import some power from the grid. Okay, so yeah, that's basically how PV system works. And that was a time when I was writing an essays about how we could maximize the power's production by using MPPT. Okay, so that was like a 3,000 words long essay, but the focus is only on one thing: how we could use MPPT, which is an algorithm, okay, using microcontroller to make sure that your solar panels produce power at its maximum power point. Okay, so in order to prove to them that, hey, my system works, I can't just go ahead and run a simulation on a computer and say, okay, you see, this works. You can't do that, right? Because you have to tell them what was the theory or the laws that you are referring to. Has there been any other example of previous work? Okay, has anyone attempted to do this, and did they fail? Okay, and how you learn from those people. So basically, I was, this idea wasn't that original, right? Somebody has tried to do this before, but there were some, I would say, flaws in their design, and all I have to do is to identify the flaws and think of a better way to improve it. Okay, and then I use my laws and my theory, and then I design a new algorithm, and then instead of building it, which will cost me a lot of money, I just use a computer simulation called Simulink to simulate my design. Okay, so basically we're looking at numbers, and if the numbers happens to match the calculation, which is based on some theory, then no one could argue with me that this design doesn't work. All right. Okay. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, when your tutor or when your teachers, right, who's grade your assignment, they want to see your ability to reason. That's very important. They want to see how you develop a strong argument. That's very important, right? That is beyond your language knowledge, right? It's next step. Okay. Next, what did they know about your subject? As a student, you don't have to worry so much about this, because you'll be writing to someone who's more knowledgeable than you are, right? You'll be writing to your teacher, you'll be writing to your professor, and surely they know more than you. Okay, so you don't have to simplify anything. You don't have to, like, in other words, this is pretty much like, you don't need to give analogy. All right, you don't have to use layman terms. Okay, but you have to be careful with your choice of words, with the terminology. Okay, because a mistake in your word choice could mean your misunderstanding of the concepts, all right, which is very crucial. Okay, so you've got to be careful. Okay, but if you are writing to someone who doesn't know as much as you do, so what you want to do is you want to avoid using technical terms, right? Or if you have to use technical terms, you want to simplify them. Okay, you want to explain that technical terms to your readers, right? Okay, so it's different. Okay, so so know your reader in that sense means um, um, be aware of their your audience understanding of the concepts of the topics you're writing about. Right. Number 3, relationship with your readers. You see, if you have a close friend, anyone here has a close friend? Okay, sometimes when you look at your close friend in the eyes, no words are necessary, right? Okay, am I right? Okay, so if you communicate with someone who know you so well, you don't need to use so many words because they understand your situation, right? They know your mindset, they know your thinking, they know your behavior, your habit, and all those stuff. So they can sort of predict what you're going to say. They can read your mind to some degree. They can. So no need for too many words, no need for explanation. So the closer you are to your reader, the less the need the less the need is a need for explanation. Okay, but unfortunately, in your student career, you'll be writing to someone who you're not close to, right? So you want to avoid omitting some information or some words. You don't want to leave them out. You want them all to be there. Okay, so an example is when you write an argument essay, for an IELTS exam. Okay, now sometimes when you are trying to explain something, that explanation is probably based on some scientific laws. Okay, but not everyone is interested in science. Okay, and if you don't give them, or if you don't explain to them what laws you're referring to, then you're running a risk of confusing people. See what I mean? Okay, so you don't want to, omit or leave out, principle or laws that you use to justify your claim. Okay, now also formal term and informal terms, right? You guys are familiar with the concept of formal words and informal words, right? So informal words, they tend to have multiple meanings. Okay, they tend to have multiple meanings. They can mean this, mean that. All right. So sometimes it could be tricky to use informal terms when you write to someone who you don't know, because they can misinterpret your message, right? Informal words will give you a risk. Will give your reader a risk of misinterpreting your message, and then you fail to communicate your idea because they misunderstand you. Formal words, on the other hand, or formal terms, on the other hand, they don't have that many meanings. So it's usually more clear compared to the use of informal terms. And because it is clear, it reduces the risk of misinterpretation. You see what I mean? Okay, so that's all about understanding your audience. Now, if you look at this table down below, there are some more of your readers that you should know as a student. Admission officer. Who is admission officer? So admission officer is someone who will read your SOP, which is known as a statement of purpose, right? So statement of purpose is just a piece of writing that you write about who you are and why should they accept you into the program. Okay, so it's not a very long essay. It probably takes about 2 A4 pages, but you have to make the most of of those 2 A4 pages. You don't want to just talk about your qualifications, because those are, I mean, those doesn't reflect who you are. It's your achievement. Most of the time when you apply for a course, when you go into a university, when you want to get admission, they normally ask for your high school transcript. They normally ask for your resume. Okay, so that is where you provide them with all your life achievements. Okay, your grades, everything. They go into separate documents. But SOP is where you can write something that they cannot see anywhere in the world on any platform, not even on YouTube or Facebook or Google. It's you, all right? It's who you are, right? So when you're writing SOP, you want to be focusing on your personal growth, right? Okay, how you came to where you are, and has there been any change in the way you look at yourself, the way you look at the world? For example, before I used to like, I'm not talking about me, right? I'm just giving an example, right? Before you used to like maybe studying, I don't know, engineering, okay, laws, physics, okay, but then you there's a certain event, all right, that change your perception about the world, and you became more interested in studying law, and you sort of believe that law and physics, they share one thing in common. They are based on laws, right? Okay, whereas the laws of physics, it cannot be challenged, all right, because it's been proven, all right, it's how the natures work. It's going to apply anywhere in the world. Doesn't matter which culture, doesn't matter what country, what continent. This law will apply as long as we on this planet Earth, right? But other laws like legislation, okay, it's not the same everywhere in the world, right? Because it's based on people's belief. It's based on a number of factors. The laws in Thailand is going to be different from the law in New Zealand, right? It's going to be different from the laws in the United States of America or in England. Okay, so those laws change, and there's amendments too, and so that means things get changed all the time. Things go through a lot of changes, right? Whereas physics, nothing has changed for decades. Okay, knowing the law of physics is good. It sort of helps you to appreciate the world around us, understand why things happened the way they do, but you can't really use those laws in your in real life application. You can't, because there's so many smart people out there who have already used those laws to invent amazing things that provide us with comfort already. Okay, so it's going to be hard for you to invent things that have already been invented. Yeah, it's hard to innovate these days. I think. But um, uh, legislation, okay, if you are lawyers, you can't always make good use of what you've learned. At least you can help your client to win a lawsuit, right? So it's probably more practical. I mean, it has some real life application if you are a law student compared to I'm not discouraging anyone who's like science or engineering, right? Just giving you an example of this is, this could be how you know see things differently. Okay, and this is something you can include in your SOP, how your perception change, how your worldview change. Okay, before you used to be like this, but now you are not that anymore. Why? Okay, they want to see something like that, and also they want to see how much you know about them. Think about if somebody want to join your companies, right? Okay, as an employer or as the company's owner, you want that person not to just come and take the money, right? You want that person to know you, to know what you do, and to really be part of the team, to appreciate what you do. Okay, the same thing applies for college admission. You don't just want to talk about yourself only. You also want to talk about the college or university that you want to join. Okay, so you want to do a little bit of research. Okay, what this university is very well known for. Okay, what are some of the achievement of their alumni or the previous students who attended this college? Okay, so yeah, show them that you have done your own research about their institute. Okay, and most importantly, don't forget to tell them why they should accept you. Okay, it's not going to be like, hey, I promise I will be good student. It's not going to be like that, right? You want to be talking about contribution that you could make for the institute that you will be attending, and also for yourself and also for your country, something like that. Make it profound. All right. Next is the IELTS examiners. I think I talked about that already. All right. So IELTS examiners, there are actually two examiners who will be grading your work. Okay, and each one of them will be referring to the same criteria: task achievement, current cohesion, lexical range and accuracy, grammatical range and accuracy. Okay, but they will have their own opinions. Okay, so one person might, place greater value on your organization of your essay. Others might place higher value on how pertinent your response is to the question. Pertinent means direct, relevant to the question. Okay, so they're going to have different opinions, even though they're using the same manual to grade your work, right? Next is your high school teacher or your university teacher, right, that I just talked about, right? Your university teacher or your high school teacher, they want to see how well you understand the concept that you've learned and how could you apply those concepts to solve some problems. All right. All right, let's move on. Okay, so here is just a little bit about why you should avoid technical terms. And if you cannot avoid technical terms, what should you do? Okay, so suppose you're writing an articles about automobiles and your readers just happen to be someone who's not really into automobile engineering or mechanics. All right, maybe in a couple of lines, you wrote these terms: spark plug and combustion chamber. Okay, so does anyone here know what spark plugs means or combustion chamber means? Do you know what they are? Okay, so these are the technical terms, and if you don't know them, I don't blame you because they are quite technical, right? They can only be understood in the context of automobile or cars mechanics only. So spark plug is a device inside your engines that cause the combustion. Okay. So if you have to really use this term, for example, in your writing, so these are the technical terms. So you want to explain to your audience what this is. You can't just put it there and expect everyone to understand. Okay, combustion chamber again. It's just inside your car engine. That is the cylinders. Okay, where your piston move up and down to compress the fuel air mixture. Okay, so that is it. Move on to knowing your purpose. Okay. Most of the time, as a student, you don't just, wake up on Sunday morning and hey, I want to write something, right? I don't think most of you are like this. Right? Most of you are not self-motivated, right? Anyone here wake up on Sunday morning and start asking themselves, hey, what should I be writing today? No, right? Okay. So most of the time you start writing because somebody asked you to do it. And it's most likely going to be your teacher, right? They give you assignments, which is due in 2 weeks' time. And you have to start writing like right now. Okay, so that's the most common things among you, I suppose, right? So you are asked by your lecturers to do an assignment. Okay, so in that case, the purpose is clear because you can't just read the instruction, right? The instruction is going to sound some things like demonstrate, right? That I am a resourceful person, explain why I took a year off after high school, prove that Victor Frankenstein rather than his creature is the monster. Okay, so your assignments will begin with what we call a direction words. Okay, these are the direction words. So the direction words tells you what to do. So it's quite obvious that you should understand what each of these direction words means, so that your essay is not veering off track, so that it addresses the question. Right. Okay. So on this page, there are some more of the direction words. Like, okay, compare, describe, propose, contrast, encourage, review, convince, explore, show, defend, inform, summarize. These are the direction words, okay? You probably have come across one of these already, okay? So in this chapter, we will also be looking at the meaning. I mean, the meaning is not that hard to comprehend, but once you know the meaning, what you have to do, like when somebody asks you to compare, you guys know what compares mean, I know, but are you doing the right things so that your readers get what they want to see when they ask you to compare, right? Okay, so don't worry about about these words too much right now, because I will explain each one of them in more details on this page, right? Where we go through the most common direction words, understand what they mean, and what you have to do to address the question. Okay, next. As a good writer, you have to understand the assigned topics. You guys can read this paragraph in your own time, right? I don't want to be like reading all this thing for you because I'm sure you all can read. So I'll just be talking about stuff that that it will elaborate upon this paragraph, right? I'll just explain this to you verbally instead of reading to you word for word. Okay. Understanding the assigned topic. So, most of the time, when you're given an instruction, there could be a topic could be open-ended. Okay, all right. So open-ended assigned topic is a topic where you could write anything you want. There's no right or wrong. Okay, this could be good in a sense that it gives you freedom to do research and to write anything that you find interesting. Okay, but the downside of this is it can be a little bit challenging to define a clear scope, okay, of how much you should be writing so that your reader doesn't get bored. Because writing too much, maybe you write something that interests you, but if your reader is are not really interested in this and you write a long essay, then there's a chance that they may not, complete their reading. They'll like give up after the first few paragraphs. Okay, so you have to narrow your scope as well. Okay, for open-ended questions. And on the other hand, that is an assigned topic that has a clear scope. Like most of the assigned topics that have a clear scope will be associated with direction words, like propose a solution to this particular problem. Okay, propose two solutions to a particular problem and discuss some pros and cons associated with each solution, something like this. Okay, so this I personally like this kind of assigned topic because it's clear what I have to be looking for. All right, it's clear where I have to go to get information to write my article. Yes, okay. So the only challenge would be, would be how you could um, the only challenge would be how you evaluate your source of information. Okay, how you select your source of information. Because at this point here, your readers want to see how well you justify your claim. Say you propose solution A, solution B, you explain how they work, you want to talk about pros and cons. Your readers want to know, hey, where you get your information from. Are they from reliable sources of information? Right? Okay. And are you organizing your essay in a way that is easy to follow? Okay. Right. So, different topics have their own challenges. So for an open-ended topic, challenge would be how you could narrow down the scope. All right, so that you don't just write 3,000 words and while your readers are falling asleep. Okay, but for a close-ended topic, all right, the challenge would be the valid source of information and how you organize your writing in a way that is easy to follow and also has persuasive power enough to convince your readers to be on your side, to accept your proposal, to accept your opinion. Okay. There are times, when students want to like show off their knowledge. Okay. Sometimes some students are getting overexcited about a topic that they're given, which is not something bad. All right, you can be excited, it's good. If you're excited about your topic, that is good. But you also have to remember what the questions want to know, right? Okay. For example, if I ask you, hey, do you think raising the gas price is a good way to address traffic congestion in Bangkok? So when I ask you this question, I want you to focus on evaluating my proposal, right? I propose raising the gas price. I want you to evaluate this. So you want to be focusing on number one, its effectiveness. Is it effective? Can it really reduce the volume of cars on the road? And then maybe focus on the efficiency. Okay, yes, it is effective, but is it also efficient? That is cost a lot of money, and does it take too much time? Okay, if it's efficient, it doesn't cost a lot of money and it doesn't take so much time. Are there any side effects if I raise the gas price today? If the government decides to raise the gas price today because they want the roads to be less congested, how is that going to affect your monthly expenses? Because everything needs transportations, right? Everything's you know has transportation as the fundamental cost. So the moment they start raising the gas price, everything's going to be more expensive. You have to pay more for your utility. You have to pay more for your food, your household items. Everything will cost more. And if your wage doesn't increase, if you get the same salary, then you're going to have a bigger financial burden. And some people will have to, start borrowing money, taking loans, and they become in debt, and that's not good. Right. Okay. Not good for the individuals, not good for the country's economy. Right. So raising the gas price might not be a very good idea when you consider the negative side effects on the economy, because it's make things more expensive and it will slow down people's spending, right? Say if you have so much expenses this month, you don't want to go out and buy stuff, okay? And when you don't go out and buy stuff, you don't go spend money, that slow down the economy. All right. So that's what you want to be focusing on. But some students are overexcited about this. So they might be talking about, look, these are the causes of traffic congestion in Bangkok, right? Number one cause is migration, right? There are about 10 million people living in Bangkok, but maybe 40% of them are from other parts of Thailand. Okay, so one way to relieve the traffic congestion in Bangkok is to get these people out of the city. So how do you get them out? You have to create jobs in their hometown, wherever they are from. Create jobs so that they don't have to shift to Bangkok. So something like this. Okay, this is not bad. If the question asks you to, hey, please propose some solutions to traffic congestion in Bangkok, you can talk about the causes, you can talk about solutions, and you can compare one solution to another in terms of effectiveness, efficiency, pros and cons. You can do that. But in this particular case, they want you to evaluate whether raising the gas price is a good solution or not. Okay, so you have to stick to that point. Okay, right? Because if you just talk about things that you like to talk about. It's going to send a negative message to your readers. They're going to be thinking that, hey, am I not important? You don't care what I want to know? And that's bad. All right, you're going to get a negative feedback. It's going to affect your grades. Okay, so yeah, don't get overly excited. Okay, make sure that your response is pertinent to the question. All right. Now let's talk about how you can break down the assignment. Okay, so this is going to be for those of you who are new to writing English assignment, okay? But for those of you who have some experience, all right, just take it easy. So breaking down the assignment, there are two things you need to know. You need to know what you are going to respond to, which is the topic, and how you are going to respond to it. There's a what and there's a how, okay? So how do we do that? Well, let's look at an example, shall we? So here is an example. Oops. This example says, describe the types of tourists in your city. Discuss the benefits and drawbacks of some of their activities. Be sure to include examples from your knowledge and experience. Okay, so there we go. That is your assignment. That's your assigned topic. Okay, so what I underline here, all right, that's the direction words. Okay, so you want to maybe make a table, okay, and one column you call it directions, and you just write down all this verb, okay, starting with describe, discuss, and include. Just like this. All right, describe, discuss, and include. Okay, so direction words will tells you what you have to do. It also tells you, it also indicates how you should organize your response. Okay, it also indicates the grammatical structures that you should use. It also indicates some of the vocabulary that should be relevant to your situation. Okay. Next, the subject is going to be grammatically, it's going to be the object of your direction words. Okay, so first is types of tourists, types, benefits, and examples. Okay, so let's have a look at the first direction word, describe. All right, the subject associated with it is types of tourists in your country. So when you describe something, for example, can you describe me? Can you describe? You can't see me, but you can describe me in terms of how clear I am when I explain. You can describe my voice, all right, how my voice sounds to you, right? So, can you describe my voice, please? What would you say? So you're going to say some things like, Nath speaks, not my voice, my speech, okay? How you describe my speech, the way I talk, right? Nath speaks too quickly. Nath speaks too fast, speak too quickly. Or Nath is fluent. So what is the keyword that you use to describe this, right? This adverb and adjective. So these are the words that you use to describe. Adverb, what does it describe? It describes a verb. What about adjective? What does it describe? It describes a noun. So every time somebody asks you to describe something, you want to be thinking about some adjective to describe a noun and some adverb to describe actions. You want to think about those, okay? You can make a bullet point. You can, make a list of, hey, these are the adjective and adverb that I want to include in my paragraph, okay? But sometimes it's not up to you what adjective or adverb you want to include, okay? Sometimes it requires that you have some knowledge about the topic you're writing about. In this case, there's types of tourists, okay? You can't just make up types of tourists. You can't just say, hey, there's type A, type B, and type C tourists. You can't, all right? Now, I understand that talking about types is not that easy, right? For example, how many types of people are there in the world? Can you answer that question? How many types of people are there? It is quite hard, right, to talk about types of people because we don't know the criteria that we can use to break down people into particular types. So we need some sort of criteria first, don't we? For example, in terms of sex, okay? In terms of sex, I'm not talking about genders, right? Talk about sex. There are only two types of people, male and female. That's it. Okay, so if you ask me to describe types of people, I'm gonna say, well, based on or in terms of sex, humans could be divided into two types, male and female. Okay, but based on genders, well, there are a lot more. What do you think, right? There's not just there's heterosexual, okay, and there's homosexual, there's LGBTQ. There's so many out there. Okay, now if you want to break people down with regard to their personality, there's a lot more. Okay, there's something called anagrams. Okay, ENEGRAM, anagrams. Okay, and you guys can look it up, anagrams. Okay, so anagrams basically is a test. Okay, that you will have to take for about half an hour, and it will tell you what kind of human being you are. They have they have come up with, I think, 10 or 15 types. All right, let's have a look at it right now. Okay, so I'm gonna type anagrams. Anagram test. Oh, it's a kind of personality test. Okay, so there are 9 enneagram. Okay, so these are the types of people based on enneagram test. I know that there are similar tests out there. Okay, this is just one of them. And for enneagram, they break people's personality down into 9 different types: the peacemaker, perfectionist, giver, achiever, individualist, investigator, skeptic, enthusiast, and challenger. Okay, so based on enneagram, there are 9 types of people, for example. Okay, right. Okay, so when you talk about types of tourists, you need to sort of know the criteria. Okay, and you have to refer to some sort of criteria before you explain it. Right? There could be 2 types of tourists, right? Inbound and outbound tourists. If you look at the movement, okay, tourists going out from Thailand to, say, you live in Thailand, right? And if you going to Malaysia, right, you are outbound tourist relative to Thailand because you're going out, for example. Okay, but if you look at interest, okay, if you look at interest of the tourist, and you can break it down to many different categories. Okay, suppose you walk up to a German tourist and you ask, hey, what do you like to do in Thailand? And they say, well, I just, I liked, I like to go to waterfalls. I like to explore beaches. I like to do some hiking. Okay. I like to go to the place where I can be close to the nature. So those are eco-tourists, right? Because their interest is obvious, right? And then if you ask some other foreign tourists, maybe Indian tourists, about why they come to Thailand, and they say, well, I like to party. I like to go to nightclubs. I like to go to Pattaya. I like to, some nightlife in Bangkok, nightlife in Pattaya. So these are not eco-tourists, right? These, I don't know, they could be considered holiday tourists, something like that. Okay, you will have to refer to your textbook or your PowerPoint slides. Okay. Next, discuss benefits and drawbacks of some of their activities. Okay. So most of the time, when you hear the word discuss, you want to think about examples. Okay, you want to think about some principle or laws as well. Okay, so in this case here, they want you to discuss benefits and drawbacks of some of their activities. It is okay that you come up with your own ideas, but those ideas have to be backed up by some legitimate source of information. Okay, for example, if you say, hey, one benefit of tourism is that it boosts the economy. Okay, then you have to explain how tourism could boost the economy. Okay, you could refer to the law. Okay, certain law. Is there any law out there that talks about the relationship between tourism and economy? If you can't really find that law, then you have to give some examples. Now, when we talk about examples, the more the better, especially when there is no law that you can refer to that govern a particular phenomenon, then you need to have a lot of examples to prove your point. Okay, so you want to be thinking about a lot of examples. Also, you want to think about how you want to paragraph your writing. Okay, if you have to discuss benefits and drawbacks, okay, there are two ways you can organize your paragraph. One way to do it is to break it down to two paragraphs. One paragraph about benefits. So in this paragraph, you can just have a topic and say, hey, tourism has three main benefits. Okay, and then you talk about the first benefit, you talk about the second benefit, third benefit. All right, each benefit needs to have explanation, and your explanation should include some principle. If you can't find any principle, then some real examples. And the next paragraph can be about drawbacks. All right, you can start organizing by doing the same thing. You can have a topic and then say, hey, tourism is not without some negative effects. It has some bad effects. The first bad effect is what? Explain. All right, using real life example. You can take it from the news, okay? It has to be backed up by some source, right? You can't just write about your experience, okay? Because when you're doing academic writing, your experience is not trustworthy. It's not, there's something that can be made up, right? Okay, right. So that's one way to do it. You can break it down to two paragraphs, one focusing on benefits, the other focusing on drawbacks. Or you can focus on three different aspects or four different aspects. For example, in terms of economy, how could tourism benefit and how could tourism hurt the economy, right? Okay, so what I'm saying is, something, if it's moderate, it is good, right? Exercise, for example, if you do regular exercise, it is good. It improves your bone health, improves your cardio, system, it is good. But if you over exercise, now it is bad. Okay, it could give you a heart attack. It could cause muscle injury. You have to take a sick leave. You can't go to school. You can't go to work. It is bad. Same is true for tourism. All right. In what way can tourism be beneficial to the economy? And in what way can it hurt the economy? All right. And you can talk about another aspect like culture, right? How do you think tourism could be beneficial to the culture? And how could it be bad for the culture? Okay. And the third aspect would be about, I don't know, um, could be about um, improvement, right? Could be about improvement. In what way can tourism um, be good for a particular attraction? Like, um, if you look at, I don't know, Phuket, for example, right? Phuket is a big tourist destinations, right? And because it needs to attract a lot of foreign tourists, they keep it very clean, right? They keep it very clean. They put signposts everywhere. They have English names. They have English signposts to help facilitate the foreign tourists. So that's the improvement. All right, they have access to electricity, access to clean water. That's an improvement, right? Okay. But in what way can it, be bad for the destination? Like, it could make things too expensive for the locals, or it could, create some noise pollution, you know, or it could create a crowded area, something like that. Okay, I think I like to take a short break, perhaps 10 minutes, okay? And I will talk a little more about how to um, break down the topics, okay? We come back in 10 minutes. I'll see you later. Hello. I'm back. All right. Okay, so where were we? So we talk about benefits, we talk about types. Next, let's talk about examples. Okay, so the last direction words is to include. Hang on a second. I think my pencil is acting up on me again. It's not turning on. One tap, two tap. Why are you not turning on? Okay, this one turns on. Okay, the last direction word is to include. So what does include means? Includes means to have something inside your paragraph, right? Is to make sure that you have or you talk about a particular things. So in this case, they want you to include examples from your knowledge and experience. So this is probably the easiest direction, okay? Because when you include example, though, you can make anything up. It doesn't really even have to happen. You can make things up, right? Include example from your knowledge and experience. Okay, now how would you, in terms of paragraph, how would you like organize it? Okay, so well, it depends on the length of your example that you want to include, right? Um, uh, if well, sorry, it doesn't not on the length, but on different events, okay, of your example. You want to talk about how many events. You want to talk about maybe your first event is something that happened at a restaurant somewhere. The second event happened at a theme park. The third event happened at a hotel. If you have three different events, then you should have three separate paragraphs. One paragraph focusing on one event, something like that. Okay, and when you talk about your past experience, then you also want to think about your tense. Okay, you want to be using past tense when you talk about, what happened last month, for example. All right, something like that. The level of, the formality of your language could be slightly low. You don't have to use formal terms for everything. Okay, you can use um, uh, uh, easy terms, non-academic terms, non-technical terms. Right. Okay, so that's basically how you break down your assignment. You need to see the direction clearly, okay, and you need to see the subjects clearly. Okay, so I suggest you make a table like this, and you can use this table later on to check whether you have addressed the question or not. Okay, now sometimes you might get an assignment that asks you questions instead of telling you what to do. Okay, so how do we deal with these kind of assignments? Okay, so sometimes you might get assignment that straight up asks you questions like this: what are the issues, successes, and failures of intellectual property law? They ask you questions. Okay, so my suggestion would be to always convert the WH question into direction words, because the direction word is more clear. So you have to be able to see the relationship between that WH question words and their associated direction words. Okay, so let's talk about some of the most common WH question phrase, starting with what is and what are. Okay, what is and what are. Okay, if you're using a singular verb like what is, then it straight up asks you for the definition. Okay, it asks you for the definition of a particular word, right? How would you give a definition? Interesting question. Okay, so before I give you example, I just want to be clear that every time when somebody asks what is, they want you to define. Okay, but if you get a what are, it's plural. So they don't want you to just define. They want you to identify or talk about different types of something like previously. What are the types of tourists? Okay, so that's not just one, there are many, multiple. Okay. All right, so let's give an example. Suppose I ask you, hey, what is what is what is Bangkok? Okay, what is Bangkok? Now, how would you write a sentence to define this? Okay, now if you guys remember what we learned from English too, every time we use verb be to join one noun to another, right? In terms of grammar, we call the first noun the subject, and we call the second noun the complement. Okay? And in terms of logic, the noun that goes into the subject position has to be element, aka proper noun. And the noun that follows verb be has to be the set, aka common noun. So when somebody asks you for a definition, you need to be able to identify the common or the set or the category that Bangkok falls into. Okay? If I have Bangkok, BKK, New York, Manila, what are they? They can be thought of as city, right? So this is the set. And these are the elements. Okay? So when somebody asks you to define, you need to think about the set that element fall into. Okay? Could it fall into a set of city? Yes. All right? But some element can fall into many different sets. For example, what is love? Okay? So love can fall in many different categories. Some people call it a feeling. Some people call it a emotion, phenomenon, state of mind. It can have many different categories. Okay, so Bangkok is the most obvious, is fall into the category of city. So a structure would be Bangkok is a city, right? Okay, that's the easiest, the most simple way to define. But you will need to be able to sort of differentiate or Bangkok from other cities, or you want to add some information just to make it clear what exactly is Bangkok. Okay? Now, for that reason, you're going to need to use some modifiers. Now, in English, there are two main types of modifiers there. an adjective clause, or a prepositional phrase, depending on the amount of details that you want to add. If you want to add something that would requires a lot of details, then you want to use something big like an adjective clause. So in that case, if I'm using an adjective clause, I can say Bangkok is a city that is in Thailand. So this is what we call an adjective clause that we use to add some information to the word city. It's a city that is in Thailand. In fact, a better pronoun here, relative pronoun here, should be which, because this is not a restrictive clause, right? There's nothing specific about which is in Thailand, because Nonthaburi is also a city in Thailand. Pattaya is a city. Chiang Mai is a city, which is in Thailand, right? Okay, but if you want Bangkok to be special, you need to give information that make it stand out, that make it unique, that make it different from the rest of all the other cities in Thailand. So that word could be capital. Okay, once you add the word capital, okay, you don't want to use which anymore, you want to use that. Is in Thailand. And you want to change from article A to the, because once you add capital, it differentiates Bangkok from the rest of the other cities. It makes this specific now. Okay, so that is a structure that you can use to give a definition. But sometimes, if you look at this information that follow, that is in Thailand, is there any other structure that will allow you to use fewer words? What did I tell you earlier? There are two main kinds of noun modifiers: adjective clause, which is a big brother, and the smaller version, a prepositional phrase. In this case here, I think I can just use a prepositional phrase instead of using a full-blown adjective clause like this. So I can just write it as Bangkok is the capital city of Thailand, right? Which is a lot more concise than just saying that Bangkok is the capital city that is in Thailand, right? It is way better. All right, let us practice defining some more words. If you guys have any questions, you can always talk to me, okay? You don't understand what I'm talking about, or you don't know what I'm doing, feel free to ask any question at all. Okay, now let's try to define this. What is three? Okay, what is three? Okay. So it depends, right? So you could say three is a number. That's the beginning of how you define the term. You need to know what category or what class it falls to. You don't say three is a fruit, or three is an animal, right? Three is a number, yes. Okay, that's the first step, right? You need to know the class or the common noun that is associated with this thing, right? So 3 is a number, but how would you distinguish this even further? Well, you can talk about some characteristics of 3. So one characteristic of 3 is that it is not evenly divisible by 2. So because it is not evenly divisible by 2, we can call it an odd number. So if you want a long version, you could say 3 is a number which is not evenly divisible by 2. And a number that is not evenly divisible by 2 is called odd number. So you can say 3 is an odd number. So in this case, you are lucky because you can sort of shrink this long adjective clause into just one adjective. So if you can do this, this is great. 3 is an odd number. Right. Okay. Now, let's try something a little bit more challenging. What is a prime number? What's a prime number? How do you define prime number? Okay, so in this case here, you can't just use an adjective, right? You can't just use a prepositional phrase because it will require a lot of information to distinguish prime number from other number. So what is a prime number really? Okay, so 3 is a prime number. I can tell you that 5 is a prime number. 7 also a prime number. 11 is a prime number. 13 is a prime number. 17 also a prime number. And the list goes on. So what do they have in common? 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, and 17? Yes, they belong to the odd set, right? Okay, so almost every prime, well, I have to say every prime number is odd number, but not all odd number is prime number, right? Okay, what else is special about prime number? Well, obviously, you cannot divide them evenly by 2. Yes, and for that matter, you can call it odd numbers. But also, there's no other common factors. It has no other common factor other than itself and 1. So only 1 can evenly divide each of these number and itself. There's no other common factors. And that's what makes this a prime number. So there's 2 ways to define this, okay? Depending on how willing you are to give explanation. Okay, I'm going to use the most classic method, which is to use a common noun followed by an adjective clause. So I can say prime number Now you're going to see that my complement will be repetitive because I cannot put number in any other categories, right? It's actually a common noun by itself. So I have to say is a number. I have to repeat this word. But then I have to distinguish by adding an adjective clause. It's a number. I'm sorry. Prime number is a number. And now comes my adjective clause. Now I'm going to have to add their special characteristics. That is only divisible. So divisible means when you divide and there's no remainders. For example, If you divide 4 by 2, you get 2, right? You can do it like this. 2 times 2 is 4, and there's no remainder, okay? But if you divide 3 by 2, then you get a remainder of 1, right? So if you divide 3 by 2, you get 1, and that is the remainder, and that's your quotient. Okay, so prime number is a number that is only divisible by 1 and itself. Right. So that's one way to give a definition. The other way, okay, if you cannot think of an explanation that you can put in an adjective clause, but you just happen to know the other elements that share characteristic like this, all right? Then you can use words like such as. So you can say prime numbers is a number like 3. Okay? It's a number like 3, 5, 7, and 11. So this is one way to do it, although it doesn't look very academic. Okay, that is a way. It's one way to do it. Okay, so basically that's how you use structures to give definitions to a word. Right, next, what cost? Okay. In this case, the questions want you to identify the cost, right? For example, what causes global warming? Okay, so how would you answer this question? What would be relevant words you could use to answer these questions? Well, you can actually use this word itself if you don't mind being a little bit repetitive. So you have to think about events or things that could cause global warming. But first of all, you might want to sort of define what is global warming, what causes global warming, right? So to answer this question, you need to be clear about this term global warming. So even though they don't ask you to define, sometimes it might help that you define that term first so that your reader and yourself are on the same page. So I can start by saying something like, well, global warming is a global phenomenon where the global temperature increases very quickly compared to the rate of increase in the past before industrialization. Okay, so this is good, all right? But you can even go further by talking about its catastrophic effects. So I can define global warming as global warming is a global phenomenon where the global temperature increases at a much higher rate compared to the past before industrialization. And it can have an impact on climate change around the world. For example, okay? Right. But so that's just a definition. It doesn't really answer this question. Now, to answer this question, you have to think about, things that could cause global warming. So what is it? The most popular cause would be the burning of fossil fuel. All right, the burning of fossil fuel. Okay, so when you burn anything that has carbon in it, if you burn wood, wood has carbon in it, of course. It's going to break down that carbon, and that carbon is going to bind with oxygen, and you will have carbon dioxide. All right, so basically anything that is organic will have carbon in it. So when they produce electricity, they have to burn some organic materials like coal, natural gas, and because all organic materials have carbon, so when they get burned, they're going to give off carbon dioxide. And what is so wrong about carbon dioxide? Well, it's not just carbon dioxide. There are also other gases like nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and some vapor. And all of this can cause global warming because they will rise into our atmosphere and they are going to trap the heat from the sun. And it will cause our, globe to heat up. They're kind of like blanket, right? So when you have all these greenhouse gases in our atmosphere, it's kind of like you cover our planet Earth with blanket. So Earth is going to try to emit some heat because it absorbs heat from the sun during the daytime. At nighttime, it's going to try to radiate heat back into the outer space. But because of all these gases that serve as a blanket, this gas blanket just deflect the heat back onto the Earth. So the Earth warms up. Right. Okay, so that's how burning of fossil fuel causes global warming. Anyway, what sort of structure would you use to answer this question? Well, if you use the word cause, we can just copy and paste. The burning of fossil fuel causes global warming. Okay? Right. But sometimes certain problem could come from more than one cause. Or when you are not sure, you don't just want to say causes like that because it indicates that this phenomenon has only one cause. It indicates that. Okay? So if you are not so sure if there's anything else that could lead to global warming, a better word to use would be some things like contributes. Okay? So you want to use this word contribute if you're not sure whether a problem could have more than one cause. You know? Okay. So contribute is one way to do it. Or you can use a factor. The burning of fossil fuel is a factor. Some people actually turn a verb like contribute to an adjective so that they can modify the noun. So you can say, the burning of fossil fuel is a contributing factor. Of global warming. I'll just move global warming over here. Oops. Okay, so the burning of fossil fuel is a contributing factor of global warming. All right, so those are some of the relevant words you could use to answer a question like what cost? Next, how are or how does? Okay, so basically, these kind of questions ask you to evaluate or explain. Okay, well, let's see some example. How, oops, sorry. How does online learning help students to, I don't know, to study? Okay. How does online learning help students to study? Right. So how would you go about answering this question? And somebody wants you to, when somebody asks you how, they want you to explain. Now, when you explain something, you want the best way to explain something is to go step by step. Okay? Right. So, how does online learning help students to study? What will be the step one? What will be the first step? But most importantly, every time when you explain something, it's always help to give some definition. In fact, giving definition is probably one of the best strategy for you to start before you start writing something. Even though they don't ask you to give definition, when you provide your definition, it sort of show your readers where you stand on this issue. What does this thing means to you? So it prevent confusion that can develop later on between you and your readers. Okay, so I'm going to just define online learning first. What is online learning? What does it mean to me? So I'm going to use the same strategy that I used earlier. So I can say that online learning is, and what kind of category would I put this to? So what I'm going to call online learning a system. Okay, I'm going to put it in the category of a system. Okay, and I will elaborate this by distinguishing this term with words like education. It's an education system. Okay, so online learning is an education system, and I will use an adjective clause to add some more details to it. Okay, to add some more details and information. Online is an education system that relies on the use of internet to send and receive information between teachers and students. Okay, so I start by giving a definition. Now I'm going to go step by step. Okay, so the first step that I think allow online learning to make students, to help students to study, is that it sort of allows students to choose when and where they want to study. Okay, so I'm going to say I can actually end a sentence and start a new sentence by using online learning, but I don't want to repeat the word online learning too many times, so I'm just going to use a relative clause, like which, okay? Online learning is an education system that relies on the use of the internet to send and receive information between teacher and students. Which, well, come to think again, I think the definition is a little bit too long already, so I think I should just end my sentence with a period. Okay, so next I can say, it enables or allows, if you will, it enables students to choose when, where, and how often they want to study. Okay, so this part right here address the question. It enables students to choose when, where, and how often they want to study. This answer the questions how. Right. Okay. But I'm going to add another terms. Unlike the traditional or the conventional classroom setting. Okay, because I also need to address the helping part. Okay, so when you say help, so it has to be easier than something else. It's like an alternative. So online learning has to be viewed as an alternative to something, which is going to be none but the classroom setting, right? The traditional method of receiving education, where you have to go to your class on time, sit there, and take lecture notes. So that's going to be how you explain it, right? So when you explain, it helps to provide definition. And if you're answering how question, always try to go step by step, okay? Some of the phrase that can be used to explain the how question is the use of preposition by, right? By plus ing. This can come in very handy. For example, how could you how could you how could you go from point A to point B, or town A to town B? You can say, well, by a certain mode of transport, like by taxi. If you want to go from where our school is located, which is in RE, right? And you want to go to Victory Monument. Okay, so how do we go from our school to Victory Monument? Well, by a bus, by a motorcycle taxi, or by the BTS. Okay. Okay. By plus ing. Sometimes it is obvious what sort of action you have to do. Then you can leave out ing. Like you can say by taking the BTS. But if it is obvious, you can just say by the BTS. Okay. Right. Next, how something is like something. That means compare. Okay? Like when somebody asks, is wind power like solar energy? Sometimes they call it PV. Okay? So obviously, wind power and solar energy, or PV, photovoltaic, they're not the same, right? But when somebody asks, how is something like, they want you to compare, which means to look for similarity. So you have to overlook the differences. and try to find the similarity between these two. So you guys know wind powers, right? You know wind farm where they have this giant wind turbine, right? That produce electricity. This look more like a coconut tree instead of a wind turbine. Sorry about that. And solar panels, right? Where you install um, some solar panel onto the roof. These are the solar panel or the PV panel to produce electricity. This over here is the wind turbine, coconut tree. This is the solar panel or PV panel. So, in what way are they similar? Right, okay. So how would you phrase your sentence? So they're similar in that they are both renewable energies, right? They are both clean energy. Well, don't talk about production of the wind turbine or PV because that's not clean. But let's focus on the production. It is clean because it doesn't involve any combustion of any organic materials. That's why it's clean. So it's clean in the production of electricity. All right. Okay. So how would you phrase this? So what are the grammatical structure and words that you might need? Well, there might be, many phrases out there that will allows you to ask a question like similarity. One way to do it is to say object A and object B, in this case, wind power, and PV, okay, or solar panels, or solar energy, solar system, wind power and PV. Okay, you can use word like, if you want to use similar, it's okay. Similar, and you can now use either a clause in that, okay, or you can use a prep phrase like in terms of, okay, and then you can explain. So if I'm using in that, I have to write explanation in sentence format. So wind power and PV are similar in that they both produce clean electricity. Okay, they both produce clean electricity, and it's clean because there's no combustion, there's no burning of any fossil fuel in the production of electricity. But if I'm using in terms of, I need to use a noun, not a sentence, right? Wind power and PV are similar in terms of in terms of being renewable energy. Okay, so that's one way to do it. You can use similar, okay? So you say wind power X and Y, could be anything. X and Y are similar in that, and you explain. X and Y are similar in terms of what? In what aspect are they similar? Another way you can do when you are asked to make a comparison of 5 similarities between two things is to ignore the word similar. So you can just use coordinator and, like wind, power, and PV are both, and then you can put either a noun or an adjective, okay? So a noun here would be the category or the class that they both fall into, or some adjective would just be some word to describe certain characteristics of wind power and PV. So what I'm going to say here is that wind power and PV are both renewable. I'm going to use it now, right? Renewable sources of energy. Okay, that's one way to do it. So you don't have to like be repetitive. You don't have to say wind power and PV are similar in terms of, you don't have to. You just go straight to defining or picking the class that it falls into. And you can use word like both for emphasis, right? This is there just to give some more emphasis on it. All right. I hope it gives you some ideas. Next, how is X different? So when somebody asks, how is something different, they want you to contrast. Now, compare means to look for similarity. Contrast means to look for differences. Okay? So if I'm going back to the previous questions, how is PV different from wind turbine or wind power? Okay, this is the same as saying, first of all, it means contrast PV and wind power. It means the same thing. Okay, so how would you go about responding to this question? Well, to structure your response here, for different, you want to think about a connector or a word that is used to link two different things. All right, now a connector in English can take many different forms. Actually, a more grammatically correct term is transitional word. Okay, you could have conjunction, you can have preposition. Conjunction would be something like while. Okay, preposition would be something like unlike. You also have an adverb, like on the other hand. So when somebody asks you, how is something different from some other thing? Or when somebody gives you a direction with contrast X and Y, you want to think about connectors, okay? You want to think about words like while, unlike, on the other hand, okay? But you need to know the part of speech associated with it. Otherwise, you can create an ungrammatical sentence. Okay, so let's give an example. How is PV or solar panel different from wind power? So I can say that PV, I can start my sentence with while PV converts light photon, or most people would say solar energy. I just use the more technically correct terms. Converts light photon, usually from the suns, right? Because there's no other source of light for our planet Earth rather than the sun. Converts light photons from the sun. Okay, directly to DC electricity. While PV converts light photon from the sun directly to DC electricity, wind power converts the mechanical energy from the wind into electrical energy. So the main difference is what they're converting. PV, it converts light from the sun, right? Whereas wind turbine, it converts wind, okay? Right, so that's how you address questions like this, or direction with like contrast. Okay, the rest of this, okay? In what ways do you agree? What do you think? I will not explain them here, okay? I will explain them in the following section over here, okay? So we will take a break, 10 minutes again, and then we will come back and we'll talk more about these direction words on this page. All right, see you soon. Hello, I'm back. Oops. Okay. All right. So, you guys want to try this exercise by yourself? Okay. I encourage you to try by yourself. Okay. So same things we did previously. Identify the subject and identify the directions. How about I'll give you 2 minutes to do this, and then I'll show you the answers. All right. So let's see some answers. All right. So the first direction words you find here is describe. Right. So we're gonna write that down under second column. Describe. And the associated subject is change in citizen attitude. Okay, changes in citizens blah blah blah. Okay, the important term is changes. You have to describe changes. So the focus would be on the word change, and you have to describe it. So if you think about words and grammatical structure to describe changes. Next is explain. Okay, so the subject, I'm not talking about the subject of the sentence, okay? I'm talking about the subject that you have to focus on. It's actually the object of the verb. If you think of it grammatically, it's the object of the word explain, okay? All right, so explain what you believe to be the causes of this change. You have to be careful here. The subject is not what you believe, the subject is the causes. So you have to explain causes, okay? Causes of this change. So the focus term will be causes, and you have to explain it. So you have to think about how would you give a definition. You have to think about connectors like because. What else? Assess. Assess. So what are you assessing? You assess the impact. Okay, you assess the impact of this attitude on the industry. Assess the impact. All right. Okay, so that's it. You guys got that right? I'm pretty sure this is very straightforward. Okay, now let's talk about some more important direction words like all of this, okay? Starting with analyze. Okay, starting with analyze. So analyze means to divide the issue into main parts and discuss each part. Consider how the parts interact and how they work together to form the whole. In most case scenarios, you will not be asked to analyze anything, but analyzing is part of planning, to be honest to you, okay? And to analyze is to identify the relationships across all the variables that are present to you. Okay, so let's give you an example of how you can conduct some analysis to find the relationship. Suppose you're given a statement. I'm going to just switch to a blackboard here. Okay, suppose you are given a statement. Hang on a second. Whoops. Okay. Sam Sam's visited his friend. Sean. Sam visited his friend Sean for advice about no, for advice about how he could sleep because he hasn't been able to get a good, decent sleep for a week. And get good, decent sleep for a week. Sean said a bottle. What is this? Sean said a bottle of beer before hitting the bed is not a bad idea. Okay, so Sam visited his friend Sean for advice about how he could get some sleep because he hasn't been able to get a good, decent sleep for a week. Sean said a bottle of beer before hitting the bed is not a bad idea. Okay, so this statement is given to you before we ask any real question, like, do you agree with this statement? Okay, before even get there, let's try to analyze. Okay, let's try to analyze this statement. So based upon an analysis, okay, when we read the first statement, Sam visited his friend Sean. It doesn't really say anything clear, right? It's just an affirmative sentence. For advice, now when you see the word advice, you cannot have advice without some problems or without your objective to like achieve something. So when you see words like advice, you have to look for some sort of problems. And he said advice about how he could sleep. Now that has to be a problem. Okay, so this is a problem right there. So we found a problem. He hasn't been able to get a good recent sleep. It's just to explain the problem a little bit further. Okay, so the problem is Sam cannot sleep for 1 week. Based on this statement, that's how we can define our problem. So our problem is Sam cannot or is unable. Sam is unable ครับผมมีอะไรพอดีเพื่อนมันจะมาสูบฮุกก้าข้างในได้พี่ฮุกก้าชีชาอ๋อได้ดูว่าเป็นใครถ้าเป็นอันนี้โอเคSam is unable to sleep for a week. So that is a problem. Okay, but you can also sort of simplify this statement a little further to insomnias, right? Sam's suffering from insomnia. So that's a problem. Okay. So you have identified a problem. Oops. Okay, what about the cost? Do we have the cost of the problem? Well, not really, because the next sentence says, Sam said a bottle of beer before hitting the bed is not a bad idea. So this sentence sounds like advice. So that is the advice that we came across earlier, all right? So Sam said a bottle of beer before hitting the bed is not a bad idea. So we don't actually have a cost. We're not given a cost, but we were given advice. And that advice can be simplified to some things like alcohol, consumption. Okay. But then you also want to think about expectation. What you want to achieve from following this advice, right? So alcohol consumption maybe is not given here. But if a guy is having a problem of falling asleep and he goes to a friend asking his friend for advice, then maybe what he wants to achieve is to be able to sleep. So the expectation would be to get cured from insomnia and be able to go back to sleep like normal again. So he expects a cure for insomnia, okay, or ability to sleep normally. Okay. So that's it. That's how you analyze. So analyzing is being able to see the relationship of variables in a statement. Okay, so you can do this by observing words like because or lead to or advise or should, 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 okay? So these words will help to guide you, what should be recognized as a cause, what should be recognized as a problem, what should be recognized as an advice or solution, okay? All right, so basically that's how you analyze, okay? Next, argue. So argue, it says here, means to express your opinion about the subject and support it with evidence, examples, and details. Okay, that's argue. So what does it mean by that, right? Express opinion and support with evidence, examples. It means you have to argue doesn't really mean that you have to disagree with someone. First of all, you can argue because you agree, okay? But you argue in favor of a certain idea. Suppose I say, hey, look, we we should what should I say? We should switch to EV. All right, we should to electric vehicles to reduce the amount of air pollution in major cities. You can argue in favor of me, all right, by making some justification to support my claim that EV can really help improve the air quality, or you can argue against me, okay, by saying that my suggestion is not going to achieve my goal because of blah blah blah, okay. So that's what argues means. Argues means you need to be able to you need to have a clear position. You need to have your standpoint, where you want to stand on these issues, okay. So once you have taken your position, then you have to justify that position. Now, I like to think of argument as um, uh, a routine activities like cooking. Let's think about cooking, for example. All right, what do you want to cook today? What do you want to eat? Okay, if you want to eat some eggs, cool. This is raw eggs. It's raw. So even though it's food, you can't eat eggs raw because it contains some salmonella, bacteria, can give you bad diarrhea. So you need to do some cooking. I mean, you need to apply some heat, right? Apply heat, and you can apply heat in many different ways. You can fry that eggs on hot oil. You can boil the eggs in waters. You can put that eggs in an oven. You can even put that eggs in a microwave, although I don't recommend you do that because of the high pressure that will build up inside the eggs. So when you crack it, it might explode in your face. So you don't want to use microwaves to cook raw eggs. You can, however, crack the eggs and put that in like a bowl. Also, you want to crack the yolk, and don't forget to put some cover on it because it will, it can explode even in the microwave, and it's going to be messy. Anyway, so you can't eat raw eggs. You have to apply heat. And whatever, depending on your cooking method, if you just fry that eggs on hot oil in a pan, you will get fried eggs. This is fried eggs. So the difference between the input and the output is that through the process of applying heat, your output is now eatable. It's cooked. You can eat it. And it's going to have more value added to it because you spend time and energy and resources into making these raw eggs or fried eggs. So output here, this fried egg is going to have more value than the raw eggs, right? You might buy raw eggs for like, I don't know, 3 baht, or I don't know, in New Zealand, raw eggs cost about $1. That translates to about 20 Thai baht. But cooked eggs, it can go up to like $5. So boiled eggs in New Zealand cost about $5. That's how much in Thai currency? That's 100. Oh my God, it's very, very expensive, stuff around here. Boiled eggs, people. One stupid boiled eggs is $5, 100 baht. Anyway, so that was cooking is, right? It transformed raw eggs into cooked eggs. Okay, fried eggs or cooked egg is edible. Raw egg is not. Argument is similar. So your input is what we call a claim. Okay. And then it will go through the process of what we call justification. You can also call it reasoning. And depending on your ability, your techniques of reasoning, your claim will become what we call a conclusion. So everyone knows how to fry eggs, right? But can you really do a good fried eggs? Well, that depends. That depends on your method of frying the eggs. Now, if you use too much oil, and if your temperatures is not hot enough, then you're not gonna get a good looking eggs in the end, right? Or if you don't have enough oil on your pan, your eggs will end up getting stuck onto the pan, and you will have to try to scrape it off with the with some spoon or some fork or some knife, which can damage not just the eggs, but also the coating on the pan. So your techniques matters here. Your techniques of cooking matters. Okay? The same is true for your reasoning techniques. All right, the same is true for your reasoning techniques. Suppose I have a claim, for example, I'll just make a claim like Peter is so smart. Okay, here's my claim, right? Peter is so smart. Now, my goal is to convince you to believe me that Peter is so smart. Now, I can justify it by saying some things like, well, Peter was always a top student, was always a top student. Okay, so the conclusion will be the same thing. Peter is so smart. Well, in this case, there's no physical change in the claim because it is not something that you can see or touch. Okay, but we can sort of rate um, this statement in terms of credibility, maybe out of 10. So when I say Peter is so smart, it's probably get like a 1 out of 10 credibility. This is how much you believe me. And after I try to justify, Peter was always a top student. Well, after this justification, you probably give it a 5 out of 10. And the reason you give this a 5 out of 10 is because this statement comes from me and you believe me. And so you believe my statement. But suppose you don't know me. You don't know who made this statement, who made this argument. Suppose someone just show up to you and say, well, Peter is so smart. You don't even know who Peter is. And he's trying to say that Peter was always a top student in his class. You probably give it, what, a 0 out of 10, right? Okay, because it raises so many questions. For example, who is Peter, first of all? It's not clear who's Peter. Apparently, one can guess Peter must be my friend. Okay, but then a top student in what class? Is it in physical education? Okay, and is he always at the top? All right, and in what level? Primary school, kindergarten, secondary school? What level? Okay, if he's a top student in a physical education in primary school, then maybe that doesn't serve as a good piece of evidence that he is smart. Because physical education, you don't have to use so much logical thinking or critical thinking or reasoning, don't you? It's physical education. The goal is to get you to become more participating, to be a good, team members, right? To improve your health, your physical agility, something like that. All right. So this is a bad justification. It's not good. Now, a better justification is the one that make a reference to ground theory or to laws that are internationally accepted. Since I'm making a statement or a claim that has something to do with intelligence, so I have to think about, hey, what sort of subject, what sort of study that I could use or can borrow some of the laws so that I can justify my claim. Should I be using some knowledge of history? Should I be using some knowledge from physics? Should I be using some knowledge from mathematics or from geography? Well, I think that's one department that I can borrow some law. It's called cognitive science. okay, which is the science of our brain. Okay, I could use that, but too bad I don't know much about it. But there is a theory called IQ. I'm not quite sure which department this comes from or what subject this comes from. Okay, so IQ, that stands for intelligent quotient. So a person or an organization came up with IQ is trying to measure or try to quantify our intelligence, because intelligence cannot be measured. It's not like your height, it's not like your weight or your eyesight. Before, they were not able to measure intelligence, right? So, but since intelligence is used widely for admission of students or for recruiting workers, we need to be able to measure intelligence so that we can compare one candidate with another to see who is more intelligent, who we should accept, who we should uh, allow to join our team. So they try to measure intelligence. So they break down intelligence in two different dimensions or quotients. So I think the original version of IQ has 4 dimensions: mathematical dimension, logical and reasoning dimension, linguistic dimension, and spatial dimension. Spatial, spelled SPATIAL, okay? So spatial dimension is your ability to form a mental image without actually drawing it. So you can form an image in your head and you sort of know how things should look. A lot of architects, a lot of interior designer, they possess special intelligence, I mean high special intelligence, because they need to be able to form this image in their head. They need to be able to see, hey, this is what their design is going to look like if they actually implement it. Or even before they start using their computer to draw the diagram or the 3D image. Okay. So they break down human intelligence to 4 dimensions, and to measure how smart you are, they will let you take a test. So for mathematical dimension, they will give you a bunch of mathematical questions. They're not advanced mathematics, but they uh, but they are the kind of problems that requires your ability to think creatively using mathematical rules to solve problems. Okay, right. So you have to do some questions. All right, and at the end of the test, they will calculate your average. Okay, so they're gonna get a score from your math test, a score from your reasoning test, score from your linguistics, score from your spatial, and then they will calculate the mean. And if you arrive at somewhere above 100, then that means you are quite smart. Okay, right. A lot of popular scientists who used to walk the earth, like Isaac Newton, Nikola Tesla, um, Oppenheimer, Albert Einstein. I I don't know if they have ever, taken any IQ test, but if you go online, if you Google it, yeah, you Google Einstein, some sort would say he stands somewhere between 130 to 150. Okay, so if you score maybe 120, for the IQ test, then you are not that far from Albert Einstein. You just haven't made any groundbreaking discovery just yet. Okay, there's so many people who took this test and they got like crazy IQ score. Like I know one guy who got like 170. This is remarkable, right? But just because you are super smart, it doesn't mean you made life-changing contribution, right? Some people are very smart, but they're not productive. They're not contributing. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, if I want to prove that Peter is so smart, I could say, well, I can start by talking about IQ. So IQ is a internationally accepted standard that can be used to measure someone's intelligence. What it does is it breaks down human intelligence into different dimensions, and then a person, depending on the person's performance, if a person score over 100, then he could be recognized as being smart. But anywhere below 100, you start to you should start thinking about what he's done in school. Okay, so that's the theory, and now you have to relate it back to the claim. So I could say, well, Peter once took an IQ test, and his score was 115. So based on the IQ standard, Peter is considered a smart person. So that's one way to do it. Okay, so that's how you justify. So by using this method of justification, it might increase the credibility of my claim to maybe, I don't know, what do you think? 7 out of 10? Would you rate that 7 out of 10 now? Okay, now there is another method to justify, and that has to do with providing your definition. Okay, I personally use this a lot in my writing. Okay, when I have to develop an argument, I would try to, think about how I would define a term. So in this case here, I want to prove to you, I want to convince you that Peter is smart. I think my best first move is to explain to you what smart means. So I should define smart or smart person. Now, if I could quote somebody famous, that's cool, right? If I could quote a scientist, that's cool. But even though I could not quote any famous public figures, it doesn't stop me from giving my own definition for a smart person. So I can say something like, a smart person is somebody who's capable of translating his knowledge into real life application that benefit mankind. Okay, so this is my own definition for a smart person. It sounds good. Yes, it sounds good, but it doesn't have, it lacks what we call a pushing force, right? So we need something to sort of reinforce this statement to make it stick. Okay, so because it's my own definition, right? And I'm not famous. I'm not an expert. So I need something to reinforce my definition. There's nothing better to serve as a reinforcement of my definition as some real events, as something that really happened in our history. Okay, so in order to reinforce my statement, I can think of somebody who is so famous that a lot of people know. And I can think of one person, and I think that is Nikola Tesla. So Nikola Tesla, I think he fits my definition of a smart person because yes, he was able to translate his knowledge into something that changed the world. So what did Nikola Tesla do? Well, he did a lot of things, a lot of remarkable discovery. He made a lot of remarkable discovery, a lot of crazy inventions. But one major contribution of Nikola Tesla was the use of transformer to step up our electricity to a higher voltage. Okay, so that it can be transmitted to your house that could be thousands of kilometers away from the power station. Okay, so that was Nikola Tesla's idea to use alternating current, to use AC electricity to produce electricity and transmit electricity in AC. Because before Nikola Tesla coming up with this idea, electricity was produced in DC. And the guy who made this famous was Thomas Edison. So Thomas Edison ran, I think, the first power station in America, and he called his power station Pearl Street Power Station. So that power station produced power in DC. It's kind of like a battery, but battery, battery is chemical reaction, but his power station relies on a machine called a dynamo, right? It produces electricity in AC, of course, but then it gets rectified into DC. But the problem is it cannot be transmitted over a long distance because there's so much loss, right? Like if I'm trying to deliver you some, I don't know, pizza, and there's no cover, and I have to go from Bangkok to Saraburi, which is so many kilometers away. Imagine I'm riding a motorbike, holding pizza in my hand. The wind will blow some away, and by the time I reach to your house, there might be only one piece of pizzas left. Okay, that's what's happening in the transmission of electricity back then. Okay, I know my time is almost finished. I will wrap it up. Okay, so what I can say here is because Nikola Tesla has discovered this life-changing discovery, he allows humans to have access to electricity. So he used his knowledge to change the world. All right, he allows every house in the US to be illuminated at night. It was never done like this before. And now I can relate that to Peter. So now I can say that Peter was able to use his knowledge to benefit humanity too. Now I could say that Peter, he likes to watch electronics repairs videos on YouTube. And bit by bit, he learns how to repair his own device. And when he thinks he's good enough, he offered to repair people's electronics devices for free of charge. So because he is able to translate his knowledge to real life application, just like Nikola Tesla, even though the scale is different, but still it doesn't change the fact that he benefit humanity with his knowledge. So for that reason, Peter is also a smart person. Okay, so this is like a more persuasive argument. And I don't know about you, but I probably give this one an 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10. All right, so I think we can wrap up for today. So that's where we are. Argue. Okay, so once again, argue is not about fighting. It's about developing a good justification to back up your claim. Okay, so thank you guys so much for attending my class. Okay, sometimes I get carried away. Sorry about that. And if you guys have any doubt or any questions, feel free to ask me now or next time. Okay, so thank you so much. See you guys later. Check it out.โทษจะทำเท่แบบวันนี้ไม่เห็นมาดูลูกวัวเลยวันนี้ไม่เห็นมาดูไม่เห็นมาดูลูกวัวเลย
ไม่ได้ดูเลยอ่ะ
ไม่ได้ดูลูกวัวเลย
ลูกวัวทำอะไรอ่ะ
ลูกวัวสอนไง
สอนเหรอ
ใช่วันนี้ติดหนังเกินอะไร
แข็งมากเลยกุยช่ายด้วย
กุยช่าย
มันอร่อยแต่มันแข็งแบบปากถลอกอ่ะใช่ไหม
เอาใส่เข้าไมโครเวฟแล้วก็ใส่น้ำข้างๆนิ่ม
ไม่ทันแล้วจะหมดแล้ว
คริสปี้กุยช่ายสอนเสร็จแล้วหิวลูกวัวมีสิทธิ์กินเพราะว่าลูกวัวยังไม่ได้กินอะไรลูกวัวมีสิทธิ์ที่จะกินได้ลูกวัวหิวเหมือนกันลูกวัวก็หิวเป็นนะขอไปกินบะหมี่ได้ไหม
ห้องแล้ว
มันยังไม่ได้กินอะไรตั้งแต่เย็นเลยนะขอกินข้าว
ตาปิ๊บๆอ่ะ
เพลงผมวิบเพลงผมฮิตพวกผมแม่งฟากกินลีดโน้ตได้ปี๊บเพจผมโคตรวิบวับผู้หญิงอยากจะ
ไปกินเลยไปลูกเป็ดจะบอกเหมือนกันว่าลูกเป็ดต้องกินสิ่งนี้
กินอะไร
ลาเต้เซเว่นต้องตายแน่วันเนี้ยตายแน่กินตอนบ่าย2 บ่าย 3 บ่าย 4ตุ๊กเป็ดตายแน่
เป็นเด็กดื้อเหรอกล้ากินกาแฟเหรอกล้ากินกาแฟเหรอ
จะสั่งโคฟี่แล้วแต่ก็อะไรมันแรงกว่ากันแต่เคยกินลาเต้นี้เพราะพี่เปิ้ลเคยสั่งแต่ลูกเป็ดก็ท้องเสียแต่ลูกเป็ดอยู่บ้านลูกเป็ดก็เลยกล้าลองดู
เป็นเด็กดื้อเหรอตอนนั้นเขาทำโคฟี่ให้กินไหม
โคฟี่เหมือนว่าลูกเป็ดใจไม่สั่น แต่อันเนี้ยกินคำแรกก็สั่นเลย
โคฟี่มันไม่ใช่กาแฟจริง
อ่อน
โคฟี่
มัน
มัน
อ่อนกว่านะ
ไม่ใช่มันไม่ใช่กาแฟเลยแหละโคฟี่อ่ะมันไม่ใช่กาแฟ ลูกวัวค
ก็
รับ
มันอ่อนกว่า
มันแทบจะไม่ได้ใช้กาแฟเลย แล้วลูกวัวเคยทำมาสมัยก่อนลูกวัวซื้อโคฟี่มาไว้ในตู้เย็นลูกก็ทำกินใส่นมอ่ะตัวเองก็มากินกับเขาเนี่ยตัวเองได้กินกับเขาไหม
ใช่
ชอบไหม
เคยกินเคยขโมยพี่เปิ้ลกินด้วย
ม
แต่ว่าอยากลองอันนี้แต่คิดว่าแรงจริง
ไหนขอตีหน่อยได้ไหมขอตีก้นหน่อยสิขอตีหน่อยขอตีก้นหน่อยนะเป็นเด็กดื้อขอตีก้นขอตีก้นหน่อยให้ตีก้นเหรอให้ตีก้นเหรอเป็ดเดี๋ยวนี้ไม่ค่อยเห็นเป็ดคู่รักเลยไม่ค่อยเห็นเป็ดคู่รักเพราะว่าสภาพแวดล้อมที่นี่มันไม่ค่อยดีมันเริ่มมีแบบขยะเยอะมันเริ่มมีการก่อสร้างกิจกรรมอะไรต่างๆที่มันรบกวนสัตว์ไม่ดีเลยเดี๋ยวก็สร้าง
เอาไปกินแล้วเดี๋ยวก็ดึกนี่มันกี่โมงแล้วเนี่ย4 ทุ่มใช่ไหม
ใช่แต่ละ
รีบกินเลย กินอะไรมาม่าเหรอ
กินมาม่าโลโซเดียมเดี๋ยวไปกินมาม่าก่อนนะเดี๋ยวไปมาม่ากินก่อนนะ
ในเกาหลีในตู้นี่คือเกาหลีที่เราเคยกินที่โน่นเหรอ
ใช่กินได้เป็นแบบที่ตัวเองชอบ
โอเค
เดี๋ยวไปทำมาม่าก่อนนะ
ไปเลย
บ๊ายบายผมพันกันอีกละไม่รู้เป็นไร
is connected like this. First LV winding and then HV winding. And the same way on another side. First is LV winding and then HV winding. And then finally both the sections will be clubbed together to create a type transformer. Now we'll see shell type transformer. In shell type transformer, the winding and core arrangement that HV winding. And the same way on another side. First is LV winding and then HV winding. And then finally both the sections will be clubbed together to create a type transformer. Now we'll see shell type transformer. In shell type transformer, the winding and core arrangement is like this. So basically the difference is winding is in inside and the core is in outside. In core type, winding is in outside and the core was in inside. So in this shell type transformer, the arrangement is same. LV winding is inside and the HV winding is outside. The lamination material used in this core is like this, E and I. So EI lamination is shell type transformer. Initially, the LV winding is formed and then the HV winding. Then E and I shapes clubs together and that forms a shell type transformer. So this is how this core and shell type transformer are made. So this is what inside of the transformer, and now we'll see what is on outside of the transformer.
Assalamu alaikum. This is an urgent appeal for the people of Yemen. The suffering in Yemen right now is truly unimaginable. 79% of the population is living below the poverty line, and 65% are classified as extremely poor. The hunger levels are unprecedented, nothing like I've ever seen before. Right now, I'm urging you to support receive for those poor.
The outside of transformer is its body, which is known as the outer body of transformer. This outer body of transformer is used to protect the core and winding from outer temptations. The another purpose of this outer body is to behave as transformer coil container, because all the transformer winding and its core is submerged into the oil, and that is placed inside this outer body. One more use of this outer body is to provide support for all the accessories. There are so many accessories mounted in the transformer, and all those were connected to this outer body. Basically, this outer body is constructed of rolled steel material to provide the strength to the outer body. We have seen the purpose of this body, and now we're going to look inside. So just remove this body and look what is inside. So on the base, core and winding has been mounted like this. Here we are using the example of three-phase transformer. You can see here this is the core material, and there are three windings: R winding, Y winding, and B winding. The light red color represents LV winding of the R phase, and dark red color represents the HV winding of R phase. And the same way in Y phase and B phase. Light color represents LV winding and dark color represents HV winding. To connect this internal winding or coil to outer conductor, we require terminal or bushings. And this terminal and bushings are provided at the top of the transformer. So now let us discuss about the terminal or bushing. Over here, the terminals you can see they are low voltage terminals or bushings, and the main purpose of this bushing is to provide barrier between conductor and outer body. You know, generally the LV winding is connected into star manner, and HV winding is connected in delta manner. So first of all, I'll show you the connection. The R winding is connected to bushing like this, Y is connected like this, and B is connected like this. And the common of all these three is connected to another bushing like this. And that common conductor creates neutral wire in transformer. When the R is connected at this point, the connection passes from inside this terminal or bushing and reaches on top. At top connection, The R winding is connected to bushing like this, Y is connected like this, and B is connected like this. And the common of all these three is connected to another bushing like this. And that common conductor creates an H winding is connected in delta band. So first of all, I'll show you the connection. The R winding is connected to bushing like this, Y is connected like this, and B is connected like this. And the common of all these three is connected to another bushing like this. And H winding is connected in delta band. So first of all, I'll show you the connection. The R winding is connected to bushing like this, Y is connected like this, and B is connected like this. And the common of all these three is connected to another bushing like this. And that common conductor like this in H winding is connected in delta band. So first of all, I'll show you the connection. The R winding is connected to bushing like this, Y is connected like this, and B is connected like this. And the common of all these three is connected to another bushing like this. And that common conductor creates neutral wire in transformer. Connection. The R winding is connected to bushing like this, Y is connected like this, and B is connected like this. And the common of all these three is connected to another bushing like this. And that common conductor creates neutral wire in transformer. When the R is connected at this point, the connection passes from inside this terminal or bushing and reaches on top. At top side, some external conductor comes and get connected to this bushing. And this is how this inside conductor is connected with the outer connection. And this bushing gives an insulator or barrier between the body and the conductor. Now, if we talk about the high voltage side, then the high voltage terminal or bushing are little larger inside because of its voltage level. The connection of HV is in delta. So let me show you the delta connection. R and Y are clubbed. Together and creates R phase. Y and B club together and creates Y phase, and B and R club. Let me show you the delta connection. R and Y are clubbed together and creates R phase. Y and B club together and creates Y phase, and B and R club together and creates B phase. So this is how the RYB connection R phase Y pad because of its voltage level. The connection of HV is in delta. So let me show you the delta connection. R and Y club together and creates R phase. Y and B club creates Y phase. B and R club together and creates B phase. So this is how the RYB connection delta is formed. Basically, bushings are made of porcelain material or epoxy resin. Now we will remove this complex connection diagram to understand upcoming things in the transformer. The next thing in the transformer is transformer oil. So first of all, let's fill this tank with the oil. And yeah, it is ready. The main aim of transformer oil is to provide insulation. The second aim of this transformer oil is to dissipate the heat. When current is flowing through this conductor is getting heated, and this transformer oil absorbs that heat and releases the atmosphere. But this work is being done using this radiator, or also known as outer fins. When this winding got heated, oil separated this winding and absorb the heat from the conductor. When the oil becomes hot, it will go upward side and the cool oil comes downward side. The hot oil enters this radiator and passes through these long channels. When it passes through these long channels, it dissipates its heat in the atmosphere and it's cooled down and reaches to this bottom. And likewise, it will keeps on circulating in this transformer and absorb all the heat from this windings and releases it in atmosphere. Generally, this transformer oil is either of aphanic oil or paraffinic oil. You know what? From transformer oil color, you can identify that whether this oil is usable or not. Let me show you that example. If the color of oil is pale yellow color, then it is good condition. If it is bright yellow, looks like this, then it should be serviced or filtered or recycled. But if the color of oil is brown, then that is bad condition of oil. We should replace that oil. But if the transformer oil color is black, we must scrap it. It is not usable.
For many homes, solar is worth exploring. Installing it can halve the amount of electricity you need from the grid, which can really.
So through the color, you can identify the condition of oil. And now we'll move on the next. The next is conservator tank. The conservator tank is basically mounted on the top side of the transformer, like this. In between transformer and conservator tank, there is a pause video. But in this video, we are not going to understand anything about pause video. We'll having a separate video on pause video, and then we'll study its operation and why it is connected over there. But guys, till now, if you are enjoying this video, then do not forget to hit the like button and to subscribe to this channel. Because to create this type of video, it requires a lot of effort. To appreciate this effort, I wish you should give one like. And if you enjoyed, then only subscribe. So now let's go ahead. This conservator tank is also filled with oil. On this conservator tank, there is a level indicator which indicates the level of oil inside the conservator tank. There is adequate space for oil to expand. And what is the reason behind this? When this transformer is working, it gets heated. And because of that heat, gases produces in the transformer. And because of that, the oil level increases or decreases. So when more gases releases in the transformer, the oil level increases. Because of that increased oil level, it should have some space to expand. And with this expansion, there is another device which is very much useful in this expansion and contraction, and that is the breather. It is like nose of transformer. Breather is connected with the conservator tank like this. This is the pipe of breather, and this is main breather of transformer. The purpose of this breather is to absorb the moisture in the air. Mainly, a silica gel is placed inside the breather, and the purpose of the silica gel is to absorb the moisture. When the silica gel is of blue color, it is fresh, it is ready to absorb all the moisture. But when its color is changed from blue to pink, it is saturated. Pink silica gel cannot absorb So when that is the case, we should replace the silica gel and fill it with new. When the expansioning oil occurs, the oil level increases and the additional air will come outside from the silica gel. But when the contraction happens, fresh air enters through the line and reaches to the concentrated tank. And when this fresh air entering, this air contains moisture, and this moistured air passes through the silica gel. And in this area, the silica gel absorbs the moisture from the air, and then only air without moisture enters to the concentrated tank. The main purpose of doing this thing is if the air has moisture in it, then that moisture gets mixed with this oil, and that moisture oil will be having less dielectric strength, and that can create internal short circuit and many other issues if they get mixed with the air without moisture and enters to the concentrated tank. The main purpose of doing this thing is if the air has moisture in it, then that moisture gets mixed with this oil, and that moisture oil will be having less dielectric strength, and that can create internal short circuit and many other issues in the transformer. So to avoid all those issues, silica gel is the main task of absorbing moisture from the air. The next thing is very important, and it is a kind of automatic protection of the transformer. That is the explosion vent. The explosion vent is provided on the top of the transformer. The purpose of this explosion vent is to provide emergency exit to the oil or gases in the transformer. In case of any fault condition, sudden pressure is created because of that released gases or expansion of oil. To release that pressure, this explosion vent is provided. This explosion vent is provided little higher to the concentrated tank. When too much pressure is created in transformer, the diaphragm provided into the explosion vent get vanished, and oil and gas can release through this explosion vent, and it will protect the transformer from further damage. So this is how the full transformer is constructed. If you want to learn the working of transformer with animation, then you can check out this video. There I am explaining full working of transformer with animation. And if you want to learn anything else about electrical machines, then you must visit my channel's page. So until we meet again in our next video, till the time, bye. Most efficient device might be a prostate. In this video, we are going to learn the working of transformer. And if you want to know the construction of transformer, as you can see on the screen, then you can jump to this video and understand the construction. And here in this video, we are going to learn the working of transformer with animation. So without wasting time, let's quickly jump to the video. Transfers energy from one AC circuit to another AC circuit by either increasing voltage level or decreasing voltage. But it will keep the supply frequency constant input and output, and the power is constant input and output. When I say power is constant, I'm assuming that there is no loss in the transfer. So this is the definition of transfer. And now we are going to understand the working of transformer. But before we jump into the transformer, we should have some basic idea about AC and DC magnetic field. So let's have an understanding of that. When we flow a DC current through the conductor, it will produce a magnetic field. The magnetic field will be constant in magnitude and the direction of that magnetic field will be constant. It looks like a permanent magnet. Whereas when we flow AC current through the conductor, the current's magnitude is continuously changing, and at every half cycle, current changes its direction. And because of the nature of this current, the magnetic field produced because of this current follows the same nature. So, the magnetic field produced because of the AC current, it is continuously changing its magnitude and it will change its direction every half cycle. So, this is the difference between DC magnetic field and AC magnetic field. Keep this thing in mind because in future we are going to use this thing. Magnetic field produced because of single conductor is not that strong. To make a strong magnetic field, a coil is being wound. Now we use this coil to produce magnetic field. So when AC current moves, this coil produces a changing magnetic field which alternates its direction. When you bring another coil near the magnetic field, EMF produces that coil. Why? Do you remember the paradigm of electromagnetic induction? What does it say? When you place a conductor changing magnetic field, EMF will be that conductor. That EMF will be is equal to dpi by dt. That dpi by dt is a rate of flux. So here, changing flux is continuously associated with secondary coil, and because of this phenomena, EMF induces the secondary coil. And this is the working principle of flux. There are two ways we can indicate. One is statically, another is statically. Here, I'm sure you all are statically. Because there is no moving part, the EMF induced in the transformer is called as statically induced EMF. But in statically induced EMF, there are two types of EMF. Let me take you to that. When current flows through a coil, because of the EMF induces itself in that coil that is known as self-induced EMF. Whereas, because of current flow, one coil, and because of the changing magnetic of that coil, if EMF is induced in the second coil, then that is known as induced EMF. So, after observing these cases, if you know which of the cases two-point transformer, then write that in the comment, whether it is self-induced EMF or mutual-induced EMF transformer. Now let's jump to the next. Now here you can see that still there is some magnetic field which is not linked with the secondary coil. So to increase this linkage, instead of keeping these two coils floating in air, a core material is used, and on that core material this coil is being wound. This is the core, and this is how the primary winding is done.
Sending money public remotely is easy. So when you're watching basketball and you remember it's almost your sister's birthday,
When we connect supply to the primary, because of that supply, current starts flowing through the winding. Because of that current, magnetic field is produced in the primary coil. Now we are using core. So using this core, the flux produced in the primary will link with the secondary field is produced in the primary coil. Now we are using core. So using this core, the flux produced in the primary winding will link with the secondary coil. And current starts flowing. And this is how the secondary winding is done. When we connect supply to the primary winding, because of that supply, current starts flowing. Because of that current, a magnetic field is produced in the primary coil. Now we are using core. So using this core, the flux produced in the primary winding will link with the secondary coil. And because of this changing magnetic field associates with the secondary coil, EMF gets induced in the secondary coil. You can see on the display that how EMF is induced in the secondary coil. Now, as you can see, the current is flowing through the primary winding, but current is not flowing through the secondary. Why it is like this? It is because we have kept the secondary terminal winding, but we have not connected the when we close the circuit to connecting any loop, current will start flowing through the secondary winding. So this is how this transformer works. Now here, EMF not only induces into the winding, that also induces, and because of that thing, there are power losses. To avoid those power losses, the core material includes the top layer. Generally, silicon steel material and this type of thin laminated sheets of silicon steel materials are stacked together to create a core. And then winding is wound on the primary side and the secondary side. Why all these things is to be done? If you want to know the reason behind that, then I'm going to prepare a separate in detail animation to explain both this phenomena, hysteresis loss and eddy current loss. So if you want to watch that video, do not forget to hit the like button. Once I get 1,000 likes in this video, I will post next week the next in detail animated video on hysteresis loss and eddy current loss. Why, reason, all those stuffs will be there in that video. Here you can see that each turn in secondary winding is connected in series with each other. So when the flux of primary winding gets associated, gets linked with the secondary winding, EMF will be induced in all of these windings. So that is known as ES. So if you want to know the total induced EMF on the terminal, that will be the sum of all the EMF each turn. And because of this, we'll get the equation as ES is equal to induced EMF per turn total number of secondary turn. secondary winding, it is the same flux which links with the primary winding. So the flux linkage in secondary and primary is the same. So because of this, we can say that the induced EMF in primary coil or the per turn induced EMF in the primary coil will be the same as per turn induced EMF in secondary coil. So for that, we can write EP is equal to ES. Now, the total voltage in primary that we are applying is equal to EP. So from this, we can write another equation that is EP is equal to small ep into NP. NP is the primary inverse of turn. From this equation, we can replace this EP over here. And if we place the value of this EP in this equation, we'll get new updated equation like this. And this equation shows the relation between primary winding and secondary winding, primary numbers of turn and secondary numbers of turn. So simply I can say that if we increase secondary numbers of turn, we will get more voltage in output and secondary numbers of turn and lesser output. From this, the transformer can be classified into two groups. Now we have two transformers. With transformer number 1 will connect less numbers of turns in secondary, and we'll see what will happen when flux linkage that turns. And we'll have more numbers of turns in the secondary coil, and we'll see what will happen when that turns. So for transformer 1, when we supply, it will produce less voltage in output, whereas in transformer 2, where there are more numbers of turns in secondary, it will produce more voltage in output, or the magnitude of produced voltage is higher than this. So from this, we can classify transformer into two categories. When the output voltage is less than or equal to 2 volts, that transformer is said to be step down transformer. In our case, is this. And when the output voltage is higher than transformer, now the power station, the power is produced, the voltage level is here of 6.6 kV. But there is a switch yard near to that power plant, and in that switch yard there is a transformer who steps up the voltage to a higher level. Now far away from the power plant, there is a city area. So to supply that city area, there is a long transmission line connected to the city and power plant. The step-up transformer provided near the power station will boost the voltage, step up the voltage, and transmit the power at higher voltage level near about 132 kV. After the traveling of that power to the long transmission line, it reaches to the city area. Near the city area, there is a step-down transformer. That step-down transformer uses that higher phase voltage to a lower phase, and that distributes the power at 4 or a million volts near about 11. So this is where the transformer are being used. There are so much applications of transformer. Applications that I have a separate video for that because that. So this is what, how, and where the transformer is being used. If you want to learn more electrical stuff with animations, then you can check out my channel, Learning Times. And if there is a specific topic which you want to learn through animation, then write it in comment.
Go healthy. Go glucosamine 1 a day supports joint movement and cartilage health. So there's no excuse for not picking up the game. Go healthy. Go one better.
ได้รับเรียบร้อยขอบคุณครับพี่อ้อ